Recording in progress.
There we go. Oh, good. We have everyone on the screen. The only person we're missing is Director Lennox.
I'm here, Chair.
Oh, his camera's turned off. Okay, it is now 3 o'clock, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. And the first thing I'm going to do after calling it to order is to recognize that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the Tla'amin peoples. First item of business is approval of the agenda. We have an additional piece of correspondence from Foundry in relation to 6.2, and I'm going to look for that to be added as 6.3. And I was also going to add under the in-camera section, 9T1C, labor relations. With those amendments, I'm going to look for a motion to adopt the agenda, if everyone's okay with that. Director Elliott moved. Director Southcott seconded. Are there any discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. Moving on to adoption of the minutes. That is August the 26th. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'm going to look for a motion to adopt the minutes. Director Lennox, Director Elliott, all in favor? Any opposed? None. That's carried. Okay, moving right along to item number 4, delegation and inquiries. Johan, Marais, Michelle, Hanna, Richard Cage, and Patricia, I'm going to say this wrong, JappyLoker? And of course, Samsami.
She's not joining us.
Okay. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes, and if you need more time, I'll look to the assembly to give us extra time, because this is kind of like one of the most important things we do at the hospital district.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Let's see. I'm going to skip over the territorial acknowledgement, seeing that you have just done that. So looking at how we are aligning our investment to our strategy, at first, we're looking at healthy people. That really means that we are investing into preventative measures and health promotion. And within that umbrella is really heavily on the public health side. For exceptional care, we improve access to health services based on population needs. For research and innovation, we expand our capacity for research and innovation to accommodate. And then we are developing and sustaining a positive workplace where people really want to come and work, and really we have a desire and a need to attract people. And this, unfortunately, is one of the ways of doing it through capital investment because it's visible. When we're looking at the principles of capital planning, we're looking at retaining and really operationalizing and sustaining the asset. So it's important for us when we have a brand new build that we actually have a proper maintenance schedule and plan for that facility. One of the examples that we have here is Willingdon Creek Village, where we have had from day one a sustainable maintenance program in place. Secondly, we work towards increasing or really decreasing the FCI across many of our facilities, which is aging. We're looking at the 40 to 60 year age. We are incorporating and involving our host First Nations within the communities where we are developing projects. And when we're looking at planetary health, we ensure that we are actually building something that is sustainable and climate resilient for the future. And we are inclusive of building diversity, equity, and inclusion into our projects, capital projects where we can. An example of that would be a washroom or a shower that caters to everybody's needs. Getting into a little bit more of the detail, our capital plan is really, before I do that, let me just say October 8th. Seriously, it was so late. This is the latest we have ever received a capital funding letter from the Ministry of Health. Our normal time frame is July. At that point, we received it. We're analyzing it. There is a slight lift in our routine capital allocation, but nothing material. We're talking 6 million over the next 4 years. That's not a lot of money, but it is up. So that's the positive. Just overall focus, we are focused on health visions, predominantly within the rural areas of Coastal. There are emergency department renovations happening in various places. There is one happening right here. We focus on surgical services. An example of that is our OR expansion at VGH, where we're going into a second and third phase to complete that project over multiple years. We focus on community services. We're expanding where we can. Rural housing is a really critical point, specifically in this community and in Seashalt. The infrastructure deficit, continue to address that, and we'll see that as we're going through some of the projects that's currently active. Mental health and substance use, again, there is initiatives within the community, I think, with reference to one of your agenda items. Diagnostic imaging, and an example of something coming forward here would be our ask today for a commitment or a funding cost share towards an X-ray replacement at the hospital. And then long-term care is a continuous focus of the capital plan of developing some new facilities. We have a couple of examples of that. Within the Sea to Sky region, we will be looking at a new build for Hilltop House. That's an approved project by the ministry. This view here of the capital plan, more from an expenditure side, is just really looking at the coastal COC. So this is Lionsgate plus everything rural, including the ballast. So all of it just coastal COC. The two large projects at the top is the acute care facility at Lionsgate, which is occupied. The cash flow associated with that is additional works that is happening. And then, as I've mentioned, Hilltop House is the next large long-term care facility within the rural communities. And then some of our projects, which is on the larger side, is a modular CT for Squamish General Hospital, which is a new one, and a second MRI for Lionsgate, which I have to state is 100% foundation funded. Else it probably would not have happened, to be realistic. And we have the angio suite replacement at Lionsgate. And then various others, and go on to the next. So in the absence of our funding letter that we have not received, we typically have a good idea of what the allocation would be. So on a conservative basis, we presented prioritized projects to the board in July, and this is the approved projects that came out of that for coastal. There are very few projects on here. In fact, one only for qathet at this point. So that is the X-ray replacement estimated at 2 million. But what is interesting from this slide also is that we have 5.4 million that we allocated to new projects. But in addition to that, we had to allocate 5.7 to existing projects due to various cost pressures. which really is very unfortunate. That kind of puts us a little bit back. You know, if you take that 6 million, that could have gone to something new. But of course, we have to address what is underway first and address the funding shortfalls on those projects, which is predominantly due to construction cost increases. And then when we get to a little bit more specific, I'll go high level on this. We are looking at the completion of some of the health visions within the coastal rural areas. As I've stated, we continue to address the infrastructure deficit. And I'm going to drop to the bottom. We are also, from the IMET side, I think I want to mention first, which is not on the slide, the implementation of CSD is happening, or they have gone live, I believe, Michelle. So that is a huge step for this hospital and for the community as a whole. I think the benefit coming out of that is tremendous. But I'm not going to get into that. And then lastly, we are living with an ancient ERP system that is in existence since before health authorities were formed. So our PeopleSoft instance is from 2002. So the government is looking at replacing it across. So this is not a VCH initiative, it's a Ministry of Health initiative to change the ERP system across health authorities.
One sec, I'm just going to ask for consent from the board to give another 10 minutes to the delegation. Seeing all nods, you got another 10 minutes? Don't worry, it's just a procedural thing.
Instead of giving you guys the full detailed financial view of what the 10-year capital plan looks like for VCH as a whole, inclusive of PHC, giving you this view of what our 25-year investment is like. So when you are looking towards the right, the mouse is going to be there, right about there. Oopsie, I'm sorry about that. Just got back. There we go. So right in the middle, where we see the orange bars, those are the priority investment projects. So those are the big ticket items that's being identified here. That is like the new Lionsgate, the new long-term care facilities, the new St. Paul's Hospital, the new Richmond Hospital. And when you go back to the earlier years, that's where you will see, to a lesser degree, like Seashell Hospital redevelopment, which was a priority investment, etc. And then we're going to take a brief look at what projects closed recently. So for qathet, these are the projects that have closed in this current fiscal to date and last fiscal. The ones that are highlighted, such as the fluoroscopy room, those are the projects where you, as the regional hospital district, contributed towards. And for that, thank you very much for that contribution. And then we are looking at projects that is currently active. And I'm going to qualify when I say active. I mean, we have not had a financial close on that. An example of that would be the pharmacy renovation. Sam took me on a tour this morning. It's 100% done and functional and have been for a while, but we have not closed that project yet. So I'm just qualifying that. And once again, I just want to say thank you for the contribution to those 3 projects that are underway. Very meaningful. Thank you. Oops, I'm sorry, I skipped accidentally over one slide here. And this is our active minor equipment projects. And again, two of them where you have contributed towards the patient monitoring system and the surgical video system that was replaced for the ORs. And then we get to the cost share request. We have this old X-ray unit at the hospital. There is no other X-ray unit, to the best of my knowledge, in Powell River. So there has been instances where during a procedure it needs to be rebooted. So we are looking at replacing that and would formally like to make a request for a 40% cost share towards that project. And then I am quickly going to hand over to Sam to address for us the following two slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan.
Thanks, Johan, and good afternoon. With respect to VCH and Regional Hospital District working groups, as you're aware, we've embarked on these bi-weekly meetings, which I believe have been very productive.
Bi-monthly.
Bi-monthly. Yes.
I'm like, did I miss something?
Bi-monthly, thanks, Chair. And on a typical agenda of what we discuss at these meetings is we provide a capital projects update, ongoing projects and future projects, operational updates, as well as fiscal and financial updates. We also discuss relevant community updates, and my take on these meetings is that it's very productive, and we're going to continue with that. These meetings are in accordance with the terms of reference that has been adopted, and as well as the draft MOU that is currently circulating. The next slide speaks about capital priorities that we have. The main one that we want to highlight here is the health vision that, in fact, we've been discussing at the working groups as well. VCH has embarked on developing health vision plans for various sites. Sea2Sky is completed now. Seashell and Shisha Hospital is near completion, and we're currently planning to begin health vision for qathet, hopefully in early next year. These are very resource intensive exercises, and that's why we wanted to make sure that we complete these exercises back to back. If we have time, I'm happy to expand on what it entails in developing a health vision. Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead. Are the directors interested in finding out more information around the health vision at this time? Yeah, seeing some nods. Okay, please.
Okay.
Elaborate.
Sure. Thanks. So the objective of the health vision is to develop a vision for delivery of care for a particular campus, and it has about 15 to 20-year horizon. The way we go about it is a methodical approach. It entails developing what is called a clinical services plan, which essentially looks at demands and current services that we're providing at a particular facility. It also looks at statistical information, looks at demographics, growth, and what those future demands on those services are going to look like. That is also accompanied by what we call a functional program, which looks at the ideal space requirements to develop those, to deliver those services. It is a very data driven process. Vancouver Coastal Health has data that looks at the demands on these services, and it also is very consultation focused. So we have, as part of this, we engage the clinical experts that on a daily basis, they look at these cases and the challenges that they're incurring. And we also consult with community groups, government bodies, and of course, we consult with our nation partners. And the idea is to develop this plan so that when there's time to make operational decisions or capital investment decisions, they are aligned with community expectations and the overall strategy, so that the funds are used efficiently and aligned with what demands on those services are.
So like, for example, comes up, we want a new long-term care facility or something like that, and therefore we can start putting money into the reserves, so that way when we get further down the line, we're not having surprises from all different parties. That's kind of using that as an example. I'm not telling everyone that we're building a long-term care facility, just as an example.
It is a good example, Chair. I think yes, because everybody contributes to this process, and if there are funds that need to be put aside or forecasted for it, it allows for VCH to share those vision with everyone in the community. I think it's a win-win for everybody.
Okay.
And the next slide. And this slide, the next part, it talks about our upcoming capital projects and the extra replacement, which was approved and Johan alluded to. There are a few other projects like isolation room, emergency department, patient bay rooms, bay doors, and space improvements and qathet. So I think it's worthwhile to emphasize that while we're planning to develop the health vision, there are various space optimization efforts at the hospital are ongoing, and this will improve our efficiency. And I think another significant item that I'd like to highlight here is the planning work that has started to initiate a 5-year capital asset management plan framework. I think collectively all these efforts will guide us to deliver healthcare in a more efficient way in the future. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Johan again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm going to ask the Assembly to give the delegation another 10 minutes. Saying thumbs up. Floor is yours. You got another 10 minutes.
Thank you. We are going to be very quick now. This is just giving you a rough timeline of what we are looking at for the prioritization for FY27. So the call out has happened to the various COCs and stakeholders. We are looking at the end of November for a submission, which will then go through a vigorous prioritization process, scoring, etc. And then by the end of January, we are hoping to present to our senior executive team a prioritized project list, both on the facility side and clinical equipment. So that's the aim, with a board approval that typically happens around February. And with that, I conclude. And so thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to look around for directors wishing to ask questions. First is Director Elliott, then Director Southcott, followed by Director Brander and Director McCormick. Okay, go ahead, Director Elliott.
Great, thank you. So first of all, just a comment on the master planning or visioning process, some sort of a chart or outline of how that process is expected to unfold would be super helpful. In that if there's areas for us to focus our attention as far as input, we would know when and how that's to be addressed. My question, I guess, is around capital planning, sort of wondering if there's a role for hospital boards or local community to put forward their priorities for capital investment, kind of in the opposite way. So you're requesting a 40% share. Can we put forward something that we think is super important and request a 60% share? Is it a two-way street? Or if we have submissions for our local, because the bulk of what you're dealing with is some of the major stuff down in bigger cities. We have kind of different needs. I understand our hospital is over capacity pretty much all the time. Has been for quite a while. Maybe offsite, some priorities could alleviate some of that in a more effective way than upgrading the entire hospital for that, although that is required too. I guess my question is, how do we work together to make sure that in our community, we're doing what's needed and can put forward priorities? For example, we have a Foundry that may alleviate, people trying to address their concerns through emergency by getting better offsite services. And so we think it's a priority in our community. How would we work together to get capital investment for things like that?
Well, I guess the question through the chair is, how do we have our priorities to Vancouver Coastal Health, whereas
In this process.
in the process?
So, Dr. Elliott, if my best suggestion for this would be that we actually use the working group meeting to bring that forward. We haven't till now. We haven't done that, but this is an opportunity, and I think that is probably the first avenue to kind of bring that forward.
Okay.
I guess I got a question then for our corporate officer. Would it then make sense if the board was to say pass a motion about what our priorities might be, and then that can then be taken
In that timeline somewhere.
in that timeline? Because I guess the challenge is if every director sends me all their own priorities, and then I show up at the working group meeting with the other directors, it becomes a little disjointed. So the question to the corporate officer, one sec.
Thank you. As chair of the hospital district, you're the spokesperson for the board, so you do what the board asks. So we wouldn't request independent. We would request a motion to direct the chair to forward to the working group.
So does that input and timeline suggest something best that we do on our end to feed into that working group within that timeline?
Correct. So we kind of have to, at our next working group meeting, almost begin to have this discussion. We may miss this timeline. For this timeline, I have to spell out is very specific to our large allocation that we get from the ministry, but we also have other funding sources. So I don't want to hang my head completely just around this process. There are other avenues depending on what those priorities are.
Cool. That's very informative.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay. Thank you, Director Elliott. Director Southcott, you're next.
Thank you. More general question. In the work that boards like this and city councils, et cetera, have, a central element, I think, is trying to reconcile the increase in the electorate's revenues that justifies taxes with the increase in necessary expenditures. And so I'm wondering, I know for municipal expenses, they're exaggerated by the inflation in the construction industry, particularly over the past few years. Clearly, a lot of what's being mentioned here is construction related, but is the same effect being noticed within medical supply and the procurement that is obviously required to satisfy a plan like this?
I think our stress is honestly, it's on the construction side, more so than on the actual equipment side. The actual equipment component of, let's say, of the X-ray room, the component cost of the equipment is less than $500,000, correct?
Right.
And the rest of it is the construction. And when we look back, a couple of years back, where we did a similar project at UBC, we were able to do it for 1.15 million, something like that, because I was looking back. And then we are doing another one, and we're doing one in Pemberton right now. And the cost of that one was 1.6. But so yes, there is an increase in the construction component, not so much in the actual.
Thank you.
Before we keep going, I'm going to ask the assembly for another 10 minutes so that maybe the directors can get their questions. Thumbs up. Okay, Director Brander, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. I was looking at the share request again for the X-ray room, and in the description it just says, due to aging technology, which may require a reboot. I was wondering if you could get into that a little bit further, because asking the community to spend $800,000 on something that just may need a reboot, need a little bit more justification for that.
I probably have to confess with you. Excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah. So the current X-ray equipment typically has about a 14-year lifespan. We are currently on about year 17. The equipment is no longer supported by the vendor. However, there are parts and knowledge within the organization to keep the equipment ongoing. Given that this is a highly critical piece of equipment, we typically run about 13,000 X-rays per year, and there isn't a fully functional second option. We do want to be proactive and ensure that we are replacing some of that key equipment that comes with a very high price tag. In addition, our backup options, you'll notice the fluoroscopy that was funded last year. It is a hybrid. It can also do a bit of X-ray, and we do have portable equipment as well if it goes down for some reason, but it doesn't have the full scope ability that a full X-ray room has, so it's more limited. I think when we start to see these kind of small glitches of, oh, it needs a reboot partway through, or, some of those things, those are those early warning signs that we really want to make sure that we address and have a plan for replacement, especially given the age of the equipment and the lack of support before we have a catastrophic failure.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
I just wanted to add, I'm sorry, it was a bit of a soft landing, my wording here, because it's a public document. I was just cautious.
No, that's very informative.
Catastrophic failure is different than reboot.
Correct.
We are only at the reboot phase.
It's a reboot that is signaling potential catastrophic failure, and of course,
In the future.
And of course, if suddenly it completely stops working, it's not like you can just, call up the company and bring in a new machine and have it there by the end of the week. It's a little more complicated. Director McCormick and then Director Lennox. Is there anyone else that wants to get on the speakers list? Okay, Director McCormick, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. I certainly agree with some of the capital needs that you're focusing on, the long-term care being one, because having been a patient for many weeks this summer in the hospital, I know that there's so many people that are being housed in hospital rooms that really need to be in long-term care, not a hospital setting. So I'm very glad to see that's a priority. My question has to do with another one of the priorities, though, and that's diagnostic imaging. MRI, for example. I know there's no immediate plan for an MRI at qathet Hospital, but looking at the information that you provided, there was a foundation that replaced the MRI at Lionsgate Hospital. And I'm wondering, is there an opportunity for us to pursue foundation funding for an MRI, just as an example, for us? That's my first question.
Okay, to address your question, and I'm probably going to defer to Michelle here, but I am absolutely not in a position to speak to the need or the use of an MRI in this community. So I think there are larger discussions and populations, etc., that is required, but I am simply not clinical, so I'm sorry, but I cannot. If Michelle wants to perhaps address that question.
Thank you, Director McCormick. I know we've had this question come through the working group as well, and so I do owe you a written response to that. But when we look at some of the data around MRI, they recommend about 7,500 exams per year to ensure cost efficiency. And currently, when we look at the data, our population would expect somewhere between kind of 350 and 500 exams for a population our size. When we look at the actual data from neighboring health authorities for patients that are being sent out of town, we're looking at about 800 per year. So we're quite far below the recommended benchmark for having an MRI in our community when we just strictly look at the data. There are, of course, quite high operational costs associated with MRI, aside from the initial capital investment, as well as the human resource component and the recruitment and retention of the highly specialized technologists to ensure that there are techs available to run the equipment and ensure a sustainable and a stable service locally as well. So those are some of the pieces that we look at. I can follow up with you in working group meetings for further dialogue as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And Chair, just my follow-up question is about long-term care facilities and how desperately we need them. What's the plan for expanding the inventory of long-term care spaces in the region?
There is not a very, very specific plan in place at the moment, but there are plans in development, but nothing specific that I can speak to other than 2 long-term care facilities in Vancouver and Richmond. I'm going to let you, sorry, that I simply don't have more information for you.
Okay, thank you. I guess we could request that through the working group.
Thank you.
And we could also have a motion, not at this time because we're still in delegation, to put like board priorities forward, which could include things like long-term care. I guess I'm going to just do a real quick piggyback off of Director McCormick's question. The MRI for 7,500 is kind of the ideal amount of scans. We're 350 to 500. When you take a look at those numbers, do you also take into account like the other regional hospital districts in the area, like for example Sunshine Coast? Because like, you know, one hospital district may not have the population, but if you take a few of them, because otherwise you might find yourself in a situation where no one community has the population, but if you combine them, and then how would that cost funding really come through? Because then it's like, well, you ask for the funding from all of them, or like it's more of a broad question. I'm not sure if you have. I presume you take that into account, like when you look at something like that facility. That's of course details of.
Yeah, you're putting me in difficult territory here in terms of being able to address that. One of the options in terms of MRI, and again, I feel very hesitant to speak to it because it really, I have not spoken to Michelle, so bear with me with that. But there is a portable MRI that is being deployed, that's owned by PHSA, and is, I believe, I can stand to be corrected, but I believe it's currently in Seashelt. If it's not, it is. Yes. Thank you. Okay. We built a very specific ramp for that portable MRI to be used effectively in Seashelt.
Johan, thank you. A couple comments. Just I can't tell where the camera is here. I think I'm hiding it right here.
It's on the computer everywhere.
So a couple comments. One regarding foundations. I think the working group discussion around engagement of local foundations is a valid point. Foundations, obviously in Vancouver and Seashelt, are pretty critical in terms of providing needed financial support. That context should be discussed at the working group with respect to Powell River and engagement of foundations as a potential funding partner. Second, I think the reason we struggle to answer some of these questions is because the vision work hasn't been completed yet. And so the vision work, it tells us where we are now and it tells us where we need to be over time. And that's a critical piece of work. And I think a lot of the questions that are being put forward speak to that, the need for us to start that work. So I'll just stop there.
Well, that's good news then, because it seems like there's interest in what our long-term vision is, and you're going to get started on that vision work soon. So that's wonderful. I still have another director on the speakers list, and I'm going to ask for consent of the assembly for extended time. I think thumbs up around the table. Okay, Director Lennox, the floor is yours. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate the extra time. I try not to go on too long. Having worked at the facility, I have lots of things that go on in my mind. And to be quite honest, like when I see cost share requests come through, there's a bit of fear, there's a bit of apprehension. So one of the things as a board, as directors, we've been trying to anticipate capital spending and avoid sort of the unknowns, and appreciate your description of that we did get an increase in a $6 million increase, but that got used up by cost overruns. So we're hoping that our asset management planning will hopefully capture that, but there's only so much they can do. I guess my first question is around, and I appreciate the details of the X-ray machine, having been in the department there, the different types of machines that they have, and your description of what the actual problem is. You mentioned that there's a strategic plan for medical imaging equipment, and hopefully, this would be an example of how we can plan to not have, cost shares or overruns replacing this equipment. And so obviously X-ray machines would be part of medical imaging, but what about our CT machine that, we value here and really is our tool that we want to keep up and running for detailed imaging? Are we in good shape there, and is that part of that strategic plan?
Interesting question.
If I can just speak to the overall, I just need to maybe be a little bit more clear, is that we are working towards a replacement plan for medical equipment. We are not there.
Okay.
So we have multiple factors that is playing into that and making it for us quite challenging with the number of priority investment or development projects that we have underway in other communities. As far as the CT scanner here, honestly, I will defer to Michelle, but I have never heard of any concern or issue with that unit, or that it is on a replacement list. I don't think so. I think it's in good shape, but I'm going to let Michelle just speak to that.
Sure. Our medical imaging program does have a replacement and a prioritization list that they keep going with their assets and expected lifespans, and if we're exceeded that, the CT equipment I think was from 2018, and so we're still quite in good shape there.
Thank you. And maybe just a quick follow-up, just a couple of comments again. I appreciate actually all the work that does go on at the facility. It's important. The Cerner upgrade that we're involved with as we speak. We try to we're supposed to stay out of operations, but I think you've already heard that many of the things we're concerned with dovetail capital with operations. And I think the final point is that we will be working with the working group to sort of get there. So appreciate, and just wanted to actually echo Director McCormick's point that it's quite apparent to most folks that either are patients or staff that our long-term care folks, they're taking up beds in that facility where we need medical surgical beds for those folks. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Director Lennox. I think I'm going to be expecting a motion either probably in the upcoming meeting, probably not today, in relation to long-term care. Thank you very much. And I guess my question is, because I'm going to put myself on the speakers list, is I see the cost share request, I see the historical capital spending, and now the money needs to go to deal with the cost overruns. If you come to us and we provide the 40% and suddenly the project doubles in cost, like, do you have to make up that money from what you get from the ministry, or do you end up coming back to us? Because if it doubles, then that means we're only doing 20%. And then a flip side is if it goes under cost, which I don't think it ever does that mean we get some money back?
So I can address that one for you first. In terms of the money back, yes, you do. Because of the way in which we are claiming money from the ministry. So ministry is our first funding source. So typically what happens to the benefit of the regional hospital districts overall is that we are satisfying the ministry claim first. So if there is a saving, which on most of these, there's actually a saving they come in under, and you, and as a regional hospital district, benefit by not providing as much as you initially committed.
Good. It means we have more money to put towards other projects.
That is the case. Yes, and back to the other side in terms of the overage, when it's actually over, it is a very kind of like almost it's a discussion. It's a discussion sometimes at leadership as well within VCH. So when one example of that would be the pharmacy project, where we initially came to the regional hospital district. We had a $1.8 million project, and we asked for 600,000, and you approved. And then we went away and we started the project. We ended up at 3.8 million. We actually only came back to you once, and we did not ask for the full 40%. So your contribution on that project is probably less than 30% at this point for the overall project. So we are considerate in terms of when we come to you, what we come to you with. Because as you can see from the list of projects, and maybe I'll just flip there.
It was 21.
We are absolutely not bringing everything to you.
That answers the other question I had, which was usually it's a 60-40, and I see this one and it's around 20%. So that actually answers the question. Are there any other directors wishing to ask questions of the delegation? Seeing none, I'm going to offer such a big thank you for coming and meeting us in person. Sorry, we kind of put you on the spot on a few things, but I think we can deal with those through the working group. And if directors have priorities they would like to see the board support and me to kind of push, I expect that you guys can put forward a motion at an upcoming meeting, and then I can bring that along with the rest of the team to our working group meetings. And because of course it's a big entity you represent, and of course I don't expect you to have all the details at your fingertips at all time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay. Make sure I'm getting back to the right page. Okay, so that's 4.1. Okay, on to unfinished business. There is none. Correspondence. 6.1, Chris Bolster. 6.2, Ian Rongve. I'm pronouncing that terribly. And 6.3 from Dell and the Foundry. Is there any business arising from correspondence? Director Elliott.
So the correspondence from the minister outlines 6 point. Do we have to move this to the business? Yeah, I want to pull the one that is the minister's letter.
6.2, move to business arising from correspondence.
And the new 6.3.
And 6.3. Is anyone else looking to pull 6.1? Okay, in that case, we'll move. Yeah, yes, corporate officer.
I was just thinking, I wonder if 6.1, the new, those two should be kind of considered together since they're related.
Yeah,
that's my intention.
Yeah. Okay. So 6.2 and 6.3 will become 7.1 under business arising from correspondence. Okay, we're going to move on to 7.1. Director Elliott, go ahead.
Thank you. So the minister sends us a letter that talks about how a facility can become designated a health facility, because we asked with respect to the Foundry and Miklat. And so there's some clear instructions that we are to write a letter, we the hospital district, with all this, and there's a list of the information required. And then we would solicit a letter also from Vancouver Coastal Health. And so as part of that, it says we need to know what we're willing to spend on it as part of our submission. And so I wanted to ask our corporate officer if we're interested in getting this letter written and getting, say, the Foundry designated as a facility, what process might we use to do all of that?
That's a very good question. And I'd just like to let everyone know that back in June, the board passed a motion that the Qathet Regional Hospital District Board support the current applications from Miklat Recovery Society and Foundry Qathet to be healthcare facilities. So that was back in June. I guess the big question now is for our corporate officer is how do we proceed? It's a unique situation.
Yeah, so thank you. At that time, it was anticipated that they would do the work to become to become designated healthcare facilities. Now there's a requirement to commit funding, and then for us to do the work to request to do the application. We've had this 2 times before in our organization, and usually it came with a funding request or where we've had facilities designated as healthcare facilities, but in both instances, they were led by VHA or VCH, and we haven't had one in this instance before. But I think pretty clearly there, it's asking for the amount that we are funding. So I think that would be the first step. But I'm not sure that everybody here came prepared to talk about funding. And so it might be better to accept a notice of motion or create a notice of motion for considering it at a future meeting.
Okay. And because I guess the question that comes to my mind is we had a funding request from, I believe, both the Foundry and Miklat. The Foundry request came to the Qathet Regional District and was then forwarded to the hospital district because Foundry seemed to kind of fit under the umbrella of healthcare. And it's been a bit of a challenge because, like our corporate officer said, we don't get a lot of applications for people to be designated healthcare facilities. So it's not like there's a policy, and even the minister's letter that has been pulled, it says that the ministry hasn't received the application from Miklat or Foundry, but then the other part says, that the regional hospital district has to submit this information. So, I spoke with Dell from Foundry, and we were both kind of confused as to, okay, well, is the application from Foundry or is the application from hospital district? Because even the minister's letter doesn't really clarify. But if our intention is to actually provide funding, they will need to be a healthcare facility, and the letter here outlines how that can be done from our end. So we could actually do that. Director Elliott.
So I just wanted to point out that the correspondence that Chair Gisborne has circulated that came from Dallas regarding the Foundry is the Foundry's attempt to answer all of the questions in the letter, because they also received the letter by CC. And so they've tried to answer all of the ABC of the requirements for a letter. They're obviously under a time crunch to get their funding so that they can pay for the renos they want to do starting imminently. And so I wanted to perhaps ask the corporate officer if it might be appropriate for us to schedule some type of a special meeting for this topic that would be a little more timely than bumping it to whatever next, because we don't have these meetings that often, and whether our assembly might be in favor of a motion like that.
I'm inclined to agree, because when is our next hospital district meeting scheduled?
I'm going to say December, but that is off the top of my head. And 2 members of the board or the chair can call a special meeting. So that is to deal with items that are more urgent. So that's always an option, yes, of course.
Okay. So I'm going to stop talking and let other folks weigh in on this, and then maybe make a motion.
Okay. Just so everyone knows, we don't have a motion on the floor, but we are discussing the letter, and I'm comfortable with having this discussion go around the assembly because this is something that the board has been dealing with in the past, the designation of healthcare facilities. I'm wondering who else would like to speak. Oh, corporate officer.
I just was going to say, in previous times, we've established a time limit. Is that something we're wanting to do, like 2 minutes each or 10 minutes?
I think 10 minutes total, and if the discussion wants to keep going, I think we can extend it. A 10-minute timer is fine. Would anyone like to speak? Okay, Director Lennox, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have a copy, I don't think, of what was distributed there, but I appreciate Director Elliott's description. And I actually support, yeah, thanks. I support what she's saying in the fact that I'm quite willing to have a special meeting. So let's kind of get that out of the way. And I am fuzzy on, who's supposed to do the application. Like, if I would like to talk further about what Foundry needs again from us and funding, but who's making the application, and how can that be expedited from either organization, right? Thanks.
Well, good. And Director Fall, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out, I mean, when I read this, that's far from clear, because it says the following documentation is to be submitted to the ministry, and it's missing the by, so there's no by whom. And I would read that knowing how the government works. I would suggest that that means they don't care who submits it. We could do it, or we could provide everything to Foundry. But I do think there is some rationale in us doing some of this, because in a sense, clearly we have to pass some resolutions here and so on, and provide copies of things. There's things that are clearly for us to do, the request. But I think there is some rationale for us to do it in the sense that once, the designation is, a big benefit of the designation is that then the organization can request funds through the regional hospital district. That's partly why we're here. And then so for us to establish that this process, we need to I think it matters to the ministry. I think it's more for us to, decide either we collect what we need to do and hand it over to the Foundry or Miklat, or we do it.
Well, thank you, Director Fall. And Director McCormick.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. I really don't care whether it's us or the hospital board, or rather we are the hospital board or the regional district board. The hospital board doesn't meet again until December the 9th, according to my schedule. So that's a full 2 months from now, or at least a month and a half. So I think maybe the board could go ahead on this. I think these are both worthy initiatives, both Miklat and the Foundry, and I'd like to see us do whatever it takes to enable them to be successful in the work that they're trying to do. I think it's really good work that needs to be done. So, yeah, it would be up to staff to figure out what's the most expeditious way of getting done whatever needs to get done. But I encourage you to do that. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Director McCormick. And what I'm hearing is I'm going to need to call a special meeting of the hospital board. What are you guys doing later next week? I'll send an email out in order to meet the requirements, because you are correct. The next regularly scheduled hospital district meeting is in December. But as our corporate officer said, either two directors or the chair can just call a special meeting, and then we can reconvene. Because if we did transfer this all over to the regional district to handle, that would exclude the Tla'amin Nation's participation, and I'm not interested in doing that. I think it stays at the hospital district, and we can schedule an extra meeting to make sure everything's on the agenda. I think that's what I'm hearing. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken a first time? Okay, Director Elliott, go ahead. Number 2.
So it seems like most folks have said what they wanted to say, and I wanted to move to a motion that we would like our chair to work with staff to schedule a special meeting to address this issue with respect to how we support this application for Foundry and Miklat facilities as soon as possible.
Corporate officer.
Thank you. I don't think I don't know if a motion is necessary. The chair can call that special meeting, can forward this correspondence and request the previous funding request to be on that agenda.
Okay.
And so,
well, the chair could assume that if he needs another person to support that, I would do that then.
So I think the motion might work if it's referred to staff, and request the other funding information be provided at our next meeting.
If we want a motion, but that is also within like the authority, the assembly has already considered that.
Yeah, it
And-
would be awesome to have information available that we could make decisions at the next meeting, and I don't know, maybe the chair's correct.
And that might also help, you know, the public and everyone understand that why we're having a special meeting, and when people go, hey, what's going on? We can say, well, the motion is we're gonna refer that to staff and get all that information at our next meeting, but we're not gonna put down next scheduled meeting.
No,
No, we're gonna need
well, I'm just concerned with wording and, you know, we could refer the correspondence and previous, financial request.
I'm going to recognize Director Fall because I think he might have something.
Well, I was going to suggest that maybe, and I'm going to pick up on what our corporate officer said a while ago and maybe suggest to Director Elliott, if you make a general notice of motion right now, then you can work with the corporate officer on what the exact wording of the motion would be. That would actually put in play that there's going to be a motion, and that would create the agenda. That would be on the special, you know, the special meeting would be called separately. We don't need anything for that, but separate meeting would be called when that's ready. And then there would be a motion, and that would actually give time right now to work on what an appropriate motion would be, and with the intent of what you would like to do for either of these, which I think we're in agreement on. So that would actually be, I think, maybe a simple solution for now.
I like what Director Fall said. Could we do that? And I don't have the exact wording as he's pointed out, but it is intended to be something we can decide upon.
Perhaps I can provide some assistance. So my understanding is that you want to consider the funding requests of both organizations or just Foundry?
I'm most interested in Foundry, but we could consider both. I think that in all fairness would be the way to go.
Up to the limit that they've requested and the letters from the information that we've received today. And you're going to prepare a motion in line with.
Yes. For the appropriate meeting, special meeting. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay. Somebody want, that's just a notice. It doesn't require seconding or voting, but that's my intention. Yes.
Your notice is recognized, and after the meeting.
Oh, and I also wanted to say,
Go ahead.
I fully support leaving it at the hospital district because the funding, decisions that we're going to be making include more than just the qathet regional district. I want our friends and partners in common to also weigh in and have the opportunity to share what they want in respect to these facilities.
Yeah. And Director Louie, go ahead.
I think I've just been prompted to say thank you for that and appreciate the inclusion. You know, it is, you know, these services that Foundry provide, you know, they're for Indigenous individuals in the qathet region and for our nation as well. So appreciate the thought there, and I do support the special meeting and coming together with a little more information so we can have some clarity moving forward.
Sounds good. Anyone else? Okay, that is taken care of. So we are moving on to, chair's report. That's me. Let me just make sure I get to the right page. I know it's been fairly busy since our last meeting on August the 26th. There's been some interesting developments. On September the 2nd, the Minister of Health, the Honorable Josie Osborne, and the Minister of Infrastructure, the Honorable Bowen Ma, hosted a virtual meeting with the chairs of the regional hospital districts across the province. At the end of the presentation, there were 3 discussion questions. 1, what is the current role of a regional hospital district, and how do you envision it evolving into the future? What funding challenges and opportunities are there for regional hospital district contributions to health capital investments? And 3, what are your district's top 2 to 3 priorities? I'll tell you the general answer I heard from other hospital district chairs to the first question, which is, what is the current role? And the general consensus was, well, we are the ATM to the health authorities. And there was a strong desire to actually, you know, have some changes, but there, of course, is no commitment from the province to make legislative changes at this time. The issue of healthcare facilities receiving designation to receive funding came up from more than one regional hospital district. A common comment is, I already said that. There's also a general lack of clarity between the funding split, the 60-40 for some regional hospital districts that exist, for example, in ours, but not all. It was pointed out that there's a lack of policy or legislation to explain these cost share differences between various health authorities and hospital districts. Well, yes, there wasn't any direct commitment for changes by the provincial ministers. It was a greatly appreciated session, and it shows that regional hospital districts are becoming more on the radar of the provincial government. And I do believe that Josie Osborne was at one point the chair of the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional Hospital District, so she has firsthand understanding of the challenges that regional hospital districts face in our current framework. On September the 18th, I attended the Vancouver Coastal Health Regional Hospital District Working Group meeting. Topics that were covered, actually, they already came in and told us those. So I was a little concerned about what things I could relay and what things I couldn't. So it was very nice to have Vancouver Coastal Health representatives in here today to kind of go over the status of those projects. I also made a request for Vancouver Coastal Health to provide a letter of support for Miklat and Foundry to assist in the process of healthcare facility designation. And VCH is aware of the request and they are processing it. And so we may see a letter from them or we'll get an answer. And then on September the 23rd, I attended the UBCM convention and we met with the ministry staff regarding designation of Foundry and Miklat as healthcare facilities. On the second half of that meeting session, the first half was in relation to EC or EH, got the acronym messed up, that was hosted and chaired by Director Brander, or Chair Brander actually, because it's regional district. Yeah, oh yeah, here we go. UBCM was also an excellent opportunity to network with other regional hospital district chairs at various lunches and banquets. There's a lot of similar challenges between the regional hospital districts, and I do believe that the minister's virtual meeting at the beginning of the month really helped invigorate the chairs to build connections and be more collaborative between our growing challenges, because we're realizing that we're running into the same problems. On October the 3rd, I attended the grand opening of the Miklat Recovery Arbutus facility. I gave a brief speech and gave thanks to the Together We Can Drug and Alcohol Recovery and Education Society, as well as the work of Rob Fitzpatrick. And it's a real nice facility that they've got built on regional hospital district property. So I'm sure it's going to come up later when we start talking about our insurance and finances. The information, okay, I also was contacted by Foundry qathet regarding the correspondence, which is 6.3. It was a little confusing at first because I had not received the letter addressed on September the 24th, but we've all talked about that, so that's all taken care of. And that's it. Are there any questions from the Assembly regarding the Chair's report? Good, I must have covered everything. And that is the Chair's report. Oh. I'm actually going to give that to the corporate officer so that the minute taker can have an easier task.
Very kind, thank you.
Okay, and reports. 9.1, the Regional Hospital District Audit Service Plan. And I see Linda Greenan. Oh, I don't see Linda Greenan. Oh, she's back. So before we get a motion on the floor, I'm going to ask Linda Greenan if she has any extra information for the Assembly. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, through the chair. No, I don't have any extra information. It's it's a standard audit service plan, pretty much the same as last year. The only difference is there's always changes that are coming up with reporting, and those are also outlined in that plan.
Thank you very much. And now, before we get a motion on the floor, I'm going to ask the directors if they have any questions in relation to this topic. Seeing none, I'm going to look for a motion. Moved by Director Fall, seconded by Director Lennox. Okay, motion's on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. 9.2, Regional Hospital District Interim Financial Statements to September 30th, 2025. I'm going to ask Linda Greenan if she has any extra information that's not in the report.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, no, I don't have any additional information.
Wonderful. And question for our directors. Do you have any questions? Director Elliott, you're first.
So that the 40% contribution is 1.411059. Does that include the change request that came through the delegation today, or is that? And I'm sorry, I should have read the report more clearly, and probably answers in that, but I just wanted to check.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Through the chair. No, that does not include the request from today. that hasn't been considered yet. This, the grant to VCH actually doesn't include the funding that they requested in March 2025. We have to do a formal amendment to actually add that.
Okay, and I have a question, and this is a little odd one. On page 5 of 6, current year versus prior year, all the way down at the bottom, it's highlighted in yellow. Willington Creek Village property insurance was budgeted at $132,056, but the actual is $150,833, and that's because insurance costs have increased, so that's been highlighted in yellow. My question is, further up under revenue, there is a line called Vancouver Coastal Health Insurance Recovery, and it's at $132,056. So if the insurance has gone up to $150,000, does that mean that we should also expect to see an increase in the lease revenue from Vancouver Coastal Health?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, yes, the actual coming from Vancouver Coastal Health for the insurance will be $150,833.68. So they pay us exactly what we paid out.
Wonderful. I was kind of hoping along those lines. And then I guess as a follow-up, we have the insurance of the Arbutus Street building, but I don't see insurance cost recovery in relation to the Arbutus Street building. So that is, I believe, the Miklat building. So does that mean we pay the insurance, or do they reimburse us for the insurance of the building? How does that exactly work?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair. No, the agreement with Miklat is that we don't charge them for the building, and we don't have an agreement with them to charge them for any of our costs.
Okay, so even though we're not giving capital funding, we are still contributing around $12,000 a year for insurance now that it's been upgraded.
Yes.
Okay. And any other questions from any other directors? Seeing none. Okay, I'm gonna ask to see if anyone would like to move the motion. Director Fall, seconded by Director Lennox. And any discussion on it? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. Thank you very much, Manager of Financial Services, Linda Green. Okay, on to 9.3. And this is a big one. So, corporate officer.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought instead of having questions at the beginning, there's several parts here, so perhaps we could go through item at a time and answer questions specific to that item, if that's desired by the committee.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest that we take a look at item number 13 first. And item number 13 is direction to staff on where to present report. Because if we start getting into different motions and then we don't actually finish, then who are we actually sending these motions to is probably the most important question we should be asking ourselves. Corporate officer. Okay,
yes. So with regards to that one, it's more specific about where to ensure how we're going to advertise. So we can consider the procedure by law here first, and then we would forward it to the board, but we just need to know what this body wants to do before we leave the meeting.
That's a very good question, because when I was thinking about it, if we ask for these changes and then have the draft come back to this board, but then our next scheduled meeting is in December, the final decision would lie with the Qathet Regional District, because it's technically their procedure bylaw. And if we go that route, we might not have this completed by the beginning of the year, in which case we would miss the inaugural meeting to then elect a vice chair. So we wouldn't be able to do it until 2027.
Thank you. Perhaps we should start with item number 1 then, and I could speak to that.
Okay. In that case, we'll put a pin on item 13 and go right along to item number 1. Are there any questions in relation to item number 1? Director Elliott.
First of all, I heard you say this is a procedure of the regional district, not the hospital. Does the hospital board not have its own procedure bylaw?
As I understand, they are the same procedure bylaw, but just to bring
So there's one procedure bylaw that covers both the hospital board and our regional board.
Yes. My understanding is that the board procedure bylaw is used by both the Qathet Regional Hospital District and the Qathet Regional District.
Okay.
There was some discussion over a year ago.
Is that standard, or we just do it that way?
That did examine across other regional districts and what they did, and it is mixed. Most have one document because there's cost associated with amending a procedure bylaw. Yeah. Most organizations have one and follow that. There's lots of different practices, like when a new bylaw comes into place, organization might say that like the hospital district would say that we are going to adhere to procedure bylaw, but across BC, it is more common to use one procedure bylaw.
So then I'm guessing, I think our overall goal as a hospital board is to make sure that we're doing good inclusion for all of our members, and the regional board and the hospital board have different membership, right? Coahoma doesn't belong on our regional board, but they do belong on our hospital board. And so I'm okay with a single bylaw so long as they can be interpreted in such a way that is more inclusive than our regional board is. And as per the election of a vice chair, I think that is a good idea. I also wouldn't mind seeing in the future better collaboration on agendas and so forth between our Coahoma and the rest of the board, and we tend to make decisions and timings and all kinds of things all on our own, and I don't know if that's fair. And so for example, I think if we had our chair be Director Gisborne as he is, and our vice chair be Director Louis, then we would have, when it comes to oversight on the agendas and how we organize our meetings, we would have better collaboration right at the front end. I know we can't make appointments such as that, but I think it could be an overall goal that we tend to nominate that person if they're interested, so that we can strive to be more inclusive. That was my thinking around a vice chair. I don't know if anyone else supports that, or if Brandon even likes that I said that, but I thought I'd throw it out there.
Well, just to make sure we're on the same page, the first step would be to change our board procedure bylaw so that we can elect a vice chair. And I do believe that was what was the catalyst.
I understand. I was just putting information that was matter to me about that question.
It's duly noted. One of the options that we could do if we elect a vice chair. Director McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I would really like to see a different procedure bylaw for the regional hospital district than for the regional board. Partly because it has different members, and yes, not that I think Brandon is going to do something really wild that the regional district board wouldn't go with, but I think it's fair, and it should be a separate bylaw. Point number 1, item number 1 is an example where I would support having an elected vice chair of the hospital board, but in terms of the regional board, I like the rotation and how it works. It gives everyone a little opportunity to, do something extra. And so I don't want to see that change. So that's why I would like to see 2 separate bylaws, one for the regional hospital district and one for the regional district. So how do we make that decision, Chair?
I believe we will cross that bridge when we get to item number 13, which is where do we send this to? And if we wanted to just make this a separate bylaw of the hospital district, then we would send it to an upcoming hospital district meeting. Whereas if we want it to go to the Qathet Regional District for them to consider it, we would send it to them. Corporate officer.
Okay, so with regard, I can be both. So with regards to election of the vice chair, legislation indicates that the board shall elect a vice chair annually at its inaugural meeting. That's what the legislation says. Our procedure bylaw since 2010 has indicated this, the format that we use. I surveyed all regional districts, and all feedback I got indicated that everybody else follows legislation. We have not gone to seek an opinion as to whether our process is compliant. My recommendation would be to follow legislation.
So the legislation says we should elect a vice chair, but what we've been doing is doing the rotating chair, and that's a little abnormal, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, and if we wanted to continue with that practice, I would recommend seeking a legal opinion.
And that would be the case for both the hospital district and the board. Sorry, and the Qathet Regional District, because we are the board of the hospital district.
For both organizations, that's what legislation indicates, that it should occur annually. So I would recommend amending, and then also if you wanted to stay budgeting for that cost, for that investigation.
Yeah, so if we did want to continue doing the rotating vice chair, then we would have to budget the appropriate amount for the legal opinion to see if we can continue to do the rotating vice chair. I think I got that understood. Okay, so we're still on item number 1. We don't have a motion. Oh, Director McCormick, is it a follow-up?
Yes.
Wait, Director McCormick, go ahead.
Yes, it is. Thanks. And follow-up is, unless I know whether or not it's a regional hospital district bylaw or a joint bylaw, then I don't know how to vote in item number 1, because I would vote differently. You know, so I think you were kind of right when you were saying let's do number 13 first. I think it actually does make a difference to know what it is that we're doing in the way of a bylaw before we make the decisions on how the various aspects, you know, get voted on. So I kind of like where you were going. I find it very difficult to make a decision without knowing that.
Okay. Director Lennox.
Thanks, Chair. I was just asking maybe for some clarification between option 1 and 2. Obviously, I see the differences. The option 2 is conducted by the chair, but I noted that it says it's adding the vice chair powers be added under the Local Government Act. Is that maybe corporate officer could explain why that particular addition?
Please do.
Oh, thank you. So that was just a suggestion by a member of this board to include specific wording around the powers of the vice chair as outlined in the Local Government Act. And so we would, I don't think that we need to include that in our procedure bylaw because it's the law. But if it was something desired for clarity, we could do that. Typically, what we want to include in our procedure bylaw is items that deviate from the standardized rules.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the difference there, but to me, it's we follow legislation. So thank you.
Oh, that's a good question. Director Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I have a comment and I guess a question. I don't have a problem with option 1. I mean, I think our vice chair, I mean, much as I kind of like the rotation, I agree with Director McCormick, but you know, I don't think we want to chase you know, things that are not in the legislation, and it isn't functionally a huge issue in the sense that, you know, time comes and goes, we don't even notice that we're the vice chair, and then we're not the vice chair anymore. So it's not exactly a common occurrence. It happens a couple times a term, not even a couple times a year. So I think if we want to rotate, we could even, you know, among ourselves, just by consensus, you know, if someone's vice chair for a year, then they don't put themselves forward for vice chair the next time. Then at least 4 directors can get around in a term. So you know, I guess the second comment, which is maybe a question, is related to what Director McCormick said about, are we talking about, you know, what are we talking about exactly here? And my interpretation is that the procedure bylaw at its very start says it's a bylaw of the regional district, right? So it is a bylaw of the regional district. So what I would suggest we think about when we're doing this is that we're actually, even though we're agreeing at this body, we're actually making, you know, we're asking staff to make recommendations, you know, come up with, what's the language, to bring forward amendments to the procedure bylaw. We can talk about it when we come up with section 13, but as we go through, we're essentially suggesting staff bringing forward almost like a recommendation. We would essentially be, the hospital district would essentially be recommending to the regional board. And what I would actually suggest, just to front run that a bit, is if we want to, if we want to be more formal about it, the regional board could choose by resolution to say, we choose to follow that procedure bylaw of the regional districts. That binds them together without trying to get in the mess of whose bylaw is it. It is the regional district's bylaw, but the hospital district could say we're following that without coming up with another one. Because otherwise you get a mess of, you know, if you have 2 separate procedure bylaws, my concern is they start varying from each other, and then that becomes crazy. But other than, you know, we can think about, are there specific differences that we might want to consider? But in terms of this item 1, I'm okay with option 1. So I'll comment, no question in the end.
Thank you, Director Fall. And I am inclined to agree with you. If we have 2 separate procedure bylaws that are slightly different, you know, we can have enough of a challenge following one procedure bylaw. And, you know, if we're ending up with meetings back to back and we're like, wait, which procedure bylaw are we following now? That can be, I think, a challenge for both the directors and our staff if they're having to go, wait, which meeting is this? And which bylaw do I need to follow? And which, go ahead.
So in line with what other regional districts do, often what they'll do is when their bylaw is finalized, they'll forward it to the other board, and then that board will adopt a resolution to say that it will follow it. There are organizations that have 2 separate bylaws. They're larger, more money.
Larger, more money. What is the saying? You can solve any problem if you throw enough money at it. But we have to be conscious of the taxpayers and staff resources. Director Elliott, second chance.
It's a question.
Okay.
My question is, do some folks in their bylaw have a section that pertains only to the hospital district within their procedure bylaw, or are all the provisions jointly shared by everybody? I'm just trying to accommodate maybe things that we might want to do slightly differently because our membership's different, and whether there's an avenue to do that within the single bylaw that does not apply necessarily to it.
That's a very good question that I had not considered before this exact moment.
It's not, thank you through the chair. It's not a question I can answer because I'm not aware. I can't recall seeing that.
Yeah.
Typically when a procedure bylaw speaks, it speaks about a board or committee or commissions, but it doesn't specify the specific board or the committee or the commission. It speaks about it in general terms.
I don't think there's a legal reason why you couldn't speak to a specific board within a procedure bylaw, but.
And I do believe the Hospital District Act, thank you again through the chair, specifies like that procedure bylaw needs the procedures from our other one, or qathet regional district. So,
yeah.
Okay, have we exhausted all the questions before we have a motion on the floor? I'm seeing none. So I guess the question I have is, whatever motion we put forward, motion is going to be, you know, it needs to go to someone, somewhere. Does it come back to the hospital district, or does it go directly to the regional district? And that's where I think item number 13 was in my mind. Director Elliott.
I think Director McCormick is correct, and you need to know what your final product is going to be. If it's a single bylaw, then it would be, we would make recommendations to the board about changes that we'd like to see. And then the board would decide and then refer it back to us at the hospital board to see if the hospital board is happy with how things landed or not prior to finalizing. I think that's how you would do it. If it's going to be two separate, then it doesn't matter. We are going to create our own procedure bylaw based on what we already have and make our own. And then we have two things that we're administering instead of one, which has cost associated to it. And so I think keeping costs down and as simple as possible is better. And so I would recommend we vote on all of these sections, or start to vote on all the sections and carry them to the next meeting if we don't have time today. And then zip them up as a recommendation to the board. And the board can consider those things. And then before finalizing it, would come back with a result.
Okay. So in essence, what I'm hearing is a suggestion from Director Elliott would be that something along the lines that the Regional Hospital District Board directs staff to draft an amending bylaw for consideration by the Qathet Regional District Board of Directors to do the following, and then we would get into all
these numbers. Yeah.
Okay. Director McCormick.
Yeah, just another quick question. If it was one bylaw and it was a regional district bylaw, how then could Director Louis ever be elected, say, vice chair, because he's not on the regional district board, but he is on the hospital district board?
Well,
we have two elections, not one election.
To answer that question, Director Louis is a member of this assembly, and as such, he can either be the chair or the vice chair if our procedure bylaw allowed it. But understandably, he would not be able to be the chair of the regional district because, as we all know, Tlummen is not a member of the regional district, but he has all the same powers and abilities at the hospital district. Mm-hmm. And the procedure bylaw would not make any distinction between those two. And Director Fall.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just add to that. In my interpretation, and the corporate officer will correct me if I'm wrong, if we imagine, as Director Elliott just said, if we imagine that more or less these are recommendations to ask staff to go propose to come up with amendments, and then it goes to the board. This is a board procedure bylaw. But when it comes back to the hospital district, the motion where we would, I'm envisioning a motion where we basically, this body basically says we adopt the regional district's board procedure policy bylaw as ours, and maybe there's some extra wording such that, board, but interpreting board to mean regional hospital district board, because the policy says board means the governing body and executive body of the RD constituted. So we would just have to have a motion where we're just giving that interpretation, where we're clearly saying, what do we interpret it so that it's applicable here? And then that way, if we say the board means this board, then everything else falls out, because board now is referring to the hospital district board in our application of it, which then, of course, allows everyone on this board to become vice chair or chair.
Okay, does everyone know what we're doing now? I was actually going to call for a recess. Sorry, I'm kind of squirming in my seat. I had a lot of iced tea. I'm going to call a recess and make sure you're back here by, let's go, 4:45. Okay, we are on recess unless there's any major objections. Okay, seeing none, we're on recess. Thank you, everyone.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Is everyone back? I believe so. Okay, we've got our online directors. I believe the press has been reintroduced and re-brought back in. So where were we? Oof, that was a good break. Okay, so we were discussing the first item, which was election of vice chair. Now, before we get back into this discussion, I just want to remind everyone that earlier in this meeting, it sounds like we have a commitment to have another hospital district meeting in the next week or two for the Miklat and Foundry. So if there's anything where we get hung up today, there is the option to potentially postpone it until that next meeting, and then we don't have to wait until December. So just to let everyone know that we do have that option because there's going to be another hospital district meeting called. So if you feel like you're getting exhausted and you want to have a little bit more time, I'm just letting everyone know that that is an option. Okay, so the first item is election of vice chair. We've had a good discussion, but there is also the item number 13, which is direction to staff on where to present report. Now, what I'm hearing is we can either have two separate bylaws. That comes with a cost, that comes with complexity. If we were to make these recommendations, send it to the regional district, whatever they establish as, they're comfortable with for the procedure bylaw, they will have to send that document back to the regional hospital district. So that way we can either endorse it or, express that we want something different. Because I'm not comfortable with sending it to the regional district and then they finalize it and we just get dragged along with whatever changes they are because the regional district does not include the representation from Toronto Nation. I believe that would probably be the best way forward, to have our recommendations, have them go to the qathet regional district, and then when the qathet regional district has their kick at the can, their finalized document, they will hopefully send it back to us, and then we can either approve or make potential changes at that time. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. And we could also, refer any recommendations today to the board for endorsement. The board can say, create an amending bylaw and bring it, and they can refer it before it even comes to the board, to the hospital board for endorsement. And then the hospital board can then forward that to the board, and then the board will be in a position to adopt it.
Okay, so we could actually send it back to the hospital district board. Okay. That is...
Well, I think that would be the cleanup procedure. Yeah.
So essentially what we could be asking for is we want to see these changes in a draft procedure bylaw to come back to this assembly. And then when we get it all tied up in a nice ribbon, we can send the whole package to the qathet Regional District Board. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we could, with a recommendation that these changes be endorsed into a bylaw.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
I like that one.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking, because when we get to these individual items, it might be good to start out with like where we're going to send all this to. So a motion to say that the qathet Regional Hospital Board directs staff to draft a amending bylaw for consideration at a future hospital district board meeting. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay, so if someone would like to make that motion, and then we can go through all the individual items to tag on at the bottom of that. Would that work?
Yes, we could, yeah.
Okay, so moved by Director Elliott, seconded by Director Southcott. Okay, so the motion on the floor is that the proposed changes are going to be sent to staff to be drafted into a draft bylaw, and then it will come back to this board. And if this motion passes, then we get into work of all the subsequent changes we want to see. So this is item 13. Where do we send this to? And what we're saying is we'll send it to our staff and they'll bring it right back to us at the same assembly, which includes Director Louie. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. Okay. So now as we start making these other recommendations, we know where they're going to go. Okay, let's go down to item number 1, election of the vice chair. I think we've already kind of beaten this one around with discussion, and I'm wondering if someone would like to put forward a motion. Director Elliott.
I would move option 1.
Okay, option 1 has been moved. Oh, are you seconding? Okay, seconded by Director Southcott. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to put myself on. Election of the vice chair is something that I think is incredibly important, and it's something that's come up with discussions with other vice chair or other chairs in other hospital districts, and it worked really well because it can create that singular role and kind of make it into the rule of 2, where it's actually the chair and the vice chair that can work collaboratively on issues that are based on the agenda, because it's not just occurring what's in the meeting, it's also can expand to what's beyond the meeting. Because as we all know, the role of the chair is more than what just happens in the meeting, and having a vice chair can be of great benefit to the organization. So that's why I'm in favor. That's my 2 cents. I just really wanted to say that. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. Next item number 2, elections electronically. Do we want to have a brief discussion before we insist on a motion? Director Elliott.
Well, I'll go back to what I had been talking about when I shouldn't have been, and that was electronic versions of voting without being revealing who's voting what. They're out there now. This suggests that we just not talk about exactly how we would use, because as technology changes, we can then be flexible. So I guess that's option 1, right?
Corporate Officer?
Yes, thank you through the chair. So option 1 is maintaining our current practice. Staff will continue to investigate. The current practice we're using is used by a lot of different regional districts who have struggled with electronic attendance and elections of the chair. Obviously, the next thing is a virtual voting method, but that would require, originally I had thought that it would require everybody to have a virtual voting method, but to maintain the secrecy of the ballot, it might require a few people to use an electronic voting method. So we could go that way if that was desired. Practice is for elected to email to me currently. I write it on a ballot and then I destroy the email.
So option 2 doesn't require any bylaw. There's no amendment to a bylaw for option 2 or what?
Nope.
Okay.
It's just stating your preference.
And Director Powell.
Given that I'm probably the one who's most likely to be voting virtually, I don't want to add more work onto staff. Like I can see, there's some merit to asking staff to look into this, but I also have confidence that our staff is always on the alert for things. We don't have a specific method. I don't want staff to spend their time looking if we don't have one yet. I think if one comes across any of our attention in any of the bodies we're on, and in particular, at EBCM or libraries or whatever, I think we can bring it to the attention of our staff, and then at an appropriate time when the bylaw gets opened up again, we can, I would have confidence that our staff would bring a suggestion forward, but otherwise just carrying on how we have been is fine for me.
I'm inclined to agree. Director Lennox.
Thank you, Chair. I move option 1.
Okay, option 1 has been moved. Seconded by Director Brander. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. Okay, we are moving on to item number 3, agenda submissions. How would we like to proceed? Do we want to have a 5-minute discussion around agenda submissions? I kind of struggled with this one myself. Who would like to speak first? Well, maybe I'll take the lead on this one. Agenda submissions can be challenging. It's intentionally ambiguous, and it permits agenda item submissions by directors, given that they have sufficient notice of agenda items, is legislatively required to ensure public accountability. Like, there's a reason why we don't just, like right now, we don't just say, hey, let's spend $10,000 on X, because the public, they need to have sufficient notice. And when I look at how we do the agendas, I kind of see it as three categories that it would fit into. One is an agenda submission before the deadline of 1 week has occurred. The second is an agenda submission after the deadline has occurred, which typically falls under late item. And then the third one is, getting something on the agenda while the meeting is running. And that's usually like a notice of motion where the meeting's happening and someone puts something on the agenda. It's typically only if there's an emergency issue, and even a notice of motion becomes an item on the agenda, but it's not something that's up for discussion and debate. But it still gets added. So this is where I kind of had to break it down in my mind of what it is we're talking about. So my understanding of item 3, based on the contents, is it's really talking about getting something on the agenda before the deadline. So I guess is that what we're talking about?
Thank you. Through the chair. I think oftentimes directors receive correspondences or items that they consider that don't quite meet policy to have it directly go onto an agenda. And they might want to submit that onto the correspondence section of the agenda. That would follow both procedure bylaw and policy if it was sent in 7 days before. If it were an item of complex nature, for example, amending a bylaw or amending a policy, that would typically follow notice of motion. And so I think this language is sort of saying you can't 7 days before say I'm putting on an item to amend a policy without proper notice. Like, it would require we meet the requirements of all the various policies and legislation and parliamentary authority before we're just submitting. Although there is the late item provision. So if it meets a certain criteria, which we've done often, then it's able to be added to the agenda in real time. I think it's just to make sure exactly what you said, actually, to make sure it's transparent and accountable to the public.
Yeah, because that's where I've had struggles with this over the last 7 years. The current practice is someone makes a notice of motion, it then appears on the agenda, but then it's not debated until the subsequent meeting. However, if it gets on the agenda more than 7 days, when the agenda is published, I've always considered that's notice to the public. Like, it's been out for 48 hours, it's published on the website. And when I took a look at, what was it, Sunshine Coast Regional District's procedure bylaw, it didn't really make a difference for notice of motion between whether it's happening at the meeting or before the meeting, but it did clarify that, a notice of motion, if it's, before the 7 days requirement, then it will just show up on the agenda as the motion. Of course, we all have to be cognizant that if you're putting forward a notice of motion, we're going to change the procedure bylaw. Well, we can't just change the procedure bylaw in one meeting. There are other requirements, and it's the same thing with doing like rezoning changes and things like that. So that's where I will admit I have struggled with this one, because how do we make sure that things are getting on the agenda, but yet at the same time, we're not getting surprised, but we're giving sufficient notice, but we're not also striking while the iron is cold, if that makes sense. Director Elliott.
So I think the motion suggested in the package is fine. It changes it from being before the agenda is published to be more inclusive of established bylaws, policy, and parliamentary authority to try and sift through which it is. None of that changes the fact that if you had a last minute letter that says we have a deadline next week, if you could please send us a letter of support, blah, 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 you can add that at the beginning when you're adopting your agenda. That still exists. This isn't talking about that. This is simply talking about your published agenda and whether getting something on the agenda fits this policy or that procedure or what have you. It's a little bit different for depending on what it is. And I think that this wording is fine, so I would move the suggested motion in the package.
Hold on, I see Director Lennox is trying to
wave me down.
Trying to wave you down. Director Lennox, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Director Elliott. I wasn't trying to kind of steamroll you there, but I just wanted to sort of reinforce my appreciation for the explanation, because I had the similar concerns. Really, I was wondering, is there a problem to solve, right? Because why change something and add this particular type of language? But I do understand now the elements of preparing what really is that transparency to the public, right? So there's a consistent approach to how our agendas are prepared. So I just wanted to sort of add that my understanding, and maybe the corporate officer can elaborate.
Corporate officer.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I should have also, the public is very important and to be transparent. It's important for you to have transparency and be able to properly prepare for debate as well. And so to have advanced notice is important. So that's the reason why we would follow policies around that, just to ensure everybody has the information they need.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, Director Elliott, you're making a motion.
I move that the Regional Hospital Board direct staff to prepare an amendment to section 4.7 of the procedure bylaw to strike out the words prior to completion of the agenda and insert the words, the submission must meet requirements established in this bylaw, regional district policy, or parliamentary authority.
Okay, and seconder, Director Fall. Discussion. Oh, Director Fall, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say I support this change, and it does a couple things that I think we've touched on. One is it really clarifies something that's a little bit ambiguous in the wording, because right now the current wording says, that the board, any director wishing to place an item, blah blah blah, will be given to the corporate officer in writing prior to completion of the agenda. Well, now you have to go somewhere else. Say, what does completion of the agenda mean? Well, the agenda will be finalized 5 days before. Is that completion of the agenda? The submission deadline is 7 days. So which is it? So the second thing, so it makes it clear it's the 7 days, right? It's the submission deadline because that's submitting. But that then secondarily helps staff because it's a big process. I mean, we benefit from it. We get a 500-page agenda. Thank you very much. Staff have put a ton of time into that. The last thing they want is some complex thing added, 5 and a quarter days before their deadline that's in the bylaw that we say, oh, we put it in, we met so it really clarifies that, makes it that we're following the same rules also to ourselves as the public. And I think the second thing it really does is the language of the policies and so on really makes it clear the kind of limitations on that items that we're submitting need to follow the rest of the bylaw and other processes. So it really makes it clear what our obligations are before we try to put something on. So I think it's a nice cleanup. It does several things with a small change in wording.
Well, thank you, Director Paul. Anyone else? Yeah, I know I have some struggle with this one, but I do appreciate the clarity as to what I first said when we started this conversation in item number 3 was I do believe that this is specific to submissions before the deadline. And the way it's written right now is it's a little vague as to when it goes. So yeah, to reiterate Director Falls, I agree. Okay, anyone else? I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. Okay. Let me make sure I get to the right page. Item number 4, new business and notice of motion. Who would like to speak to this first? We'll have a 5-minute roundtable on new businesses and notice of motions and how they're currently handled and how we would like to see them handled. Would anyone like to jump in on this one? Director Elliott.
I think what this is speaking to is on the agenda, what goes into notice of vote motion and what can be added as new business last minute. And I'm sure that we kind of were talking about that in the previous item where we were suggesting things should follow our policy, blah, 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 blah. And if there's an issue with this, that should be handled through the policy. And I guess this is the policy. So I think some flexibility in this area serves us best. But we do want folks to be responsible in how they're trying to conduct their business insofar that everybody has the time and consideration of information to consider whatever it is that's happening. We get a lot of notices of motion over at my other area of work over at the city council. And some of those notices of motion include information that is maybe misinformation or doesn't fit the business of the day and seems to be, a politically driven notice of motion. And so I would be interested in having some standards around notices of motion because I've been noticing that we're doing a lot of harm with some of our notices of motion over there, and I'd like to find a way to prevent that. But that same problem isn't happening here. And so I don't know the answer there or here, but I just wanted to put that out there that standards for information that we put forward in notices of motion, and maybe that's our individual, maybe that belongs in our conduct policy and not really here.
Yeah.
I don't think it belongs here. I think it belongs under personal conduct, maybe.
I hear what you're saying, and I think it actually ties into some of the notes I wrote about item number 5, which is agenda approval for publication. And it came up in a discussion with the mayor at UBCM where the mayor had that, before the agenda gets published, the mayor goes through and double checks to make sure things are good for publication. And he went, sometimes you get a counselor that goes, I move that, or I want to put a notice of motion that, such and such clerk should be fired. Just as an example, that's not specific. But the mayor looks at that and goes, yeah, that's not going on the agenda. And the mayor pulls it, and then the counselor goes like, well, who pulled it off? And the mayor goes, well, I did, and you can be mad at me and you can challenge my ruling all you want. But that was kind of a way of dealing with those conduct issues because it becomes very challenging for our staff to try and, be the gatekeepers with the policy, because as you've probably seen over at the city, you put up barriers and people will always try and find the wedge to kind of get around it. So it's a challenge because some of these things can become very political, and I don't feel comfortable putting our staff into those positions. Corporate officer.
Thank you. I thought maybe just a brief explanation of notice requirements for notice. So, and how a policy or specific wording can help. And I will say that our assembly does a very good job of following like the timelines for procedures. So this isn't, but notice is really important. Clarity around notice is very important. So if you are providing notice that you want to change sewer rates, and you would say, I want to change sewer rates from 285 to 325. Well, that notice allows consideration of any number between 285 and the 300. I said, I've already forgotten what I said. But you cannot consider, when you go to the meeting, a rate higher, even if it's desired, because notice was very prescriptive. So adopting a policy that specifies the notice of motion. I've investigated a few organizations that do it, and it does help sort of the elected specify exactly what they're trying to solve, where they're going, and it gives them the ability to submit some, I've seen some background information, just some brief background information, so that will go on an agenda, and then the next that will be received as the notice, and then the next time it will be debated. So that would be the purpose behind a notice of motion policy or notice of motion wording. Our wording has worked well, I feel like, in most cases, and has allowed flexibility, but this would just really keep us in line with what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. And yes, so that's just about it. That it's supposed to be a tool that helps, not restricts.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of where, well, just to myself, I haven't found any like draft or example policies in kind of discussions or kind of in exploration. One of the challenges I run into is in the very last one, recommendation, staff feel that a policy may be the most flexible approach as it would allow procedures to be established. However, if they need to be adjusted once in place, it is easier and less costly to amend a policy. The challenge I have then is the policy would be establishing a procedure, but that would affect the procedure bylaw, but it's then not going through the, procedure bylaw amendment process, which is, the public notice and all those other kind of things. Yeah, I'm a little torn on this one, but I'm curious how the other directors, Director Southcott and then Director Brander.
Chair, if I may, Director Brander has his hand up before me.
Oh, sorry, Director Brander.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'm very much in support of having a notice of motion policy. I think it just lays out everything clearly for the board who is reading the notice of motion or ultimately getting the motion. And it also helps the writer of the notice of motion to understand what should be or not be included in the motion. So I'm happy to keep it as a separate part of the procedure bylaw, because anything that can save money and make it easier to modify, I'm in support of that.
Okay, Director Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, further to what Director Brander says, I agree with these points. I also, and I thought about this a lot, particularly in the context of considerations coming from what Director Elliott referred to, a recent experience, which I didn't find very enjoyable at all. I really want to regard such as the suggested policy, which I believe, this is a question implicitly, would be contingent on, or it would be subordinate to the procedure bylaw. It's a question. But where a policy like this can be understood to be a guideline, then it doesn't become prescriptive in terms of being restrictive. So it really does represent an agreement between us, which I really like to think that our fundamental premise here is honorable function and selfless and for the in the best interests of community. So that's why I support the idea of a policy, because it would more be guidelines to give us a tool to actually be true to those fundamental principles that I hold very high, but I've seen compromised, and that's really it. It hurts me when I see that kind of thing go on within a governance system that is supposedly supposed to be for the in the best interests of community.
Sorry, Director Paul.
If I may, question: is there? Sorry, thank you, Chair. Would it be understood that this policy would be subordinate to the procedure bylaws? Is that my
Yes,
off track or like,
bylaw, sorry, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Bylaw higher
oh,
policy.
policies lower. Right.
And I just want to clarify that this is being proposed because submissions were received. Staff, out of the three, staff feel like policy would be the best way to go, but only because of its flexibility. If it wasn't working or you wanted to change it, it would be much easier to do.
Because you're not doing all those readings.
Thank
and
you.
Yeah.
And who else would like to speak on this item?
Director McCormick, and then well, Director McCormick was before me, but then put me on the list.
Oh, thank you. I missed the screen. Okay, Director McCormick and then Director Paul.
Okay, well, I definitely support having a policy regarding notices of motion. I'm struggling to understand the difference between option 1 and option 2. One is having a separate policy, the other is incorporating the policy into the procedure bylaw. So what's the difference between those two options?
Okay, yes.
And why would we choose one over the other? What does it matter? Like, what's the impact of each one as opposed to the other?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So if a policy can be adopted at one meeting, it doesn't require public notice or anything like that. The procedure bylaw, if you incorporated the wording surrounding notice of motion in the procedure bylaw, and if the process we chose wasn't working, then we would be required to issue public notice and then amend the bylaw. So it's simpler to contain it in policy because it can be examined if the procedure is working after a period of time and edited if it's not. That's really the only difference.
So can the bylaw override the policy?
Yep.
It should not, no.
It should not. Okay.
It'd be consistent, but it could.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Director Paul.
Thank you, Chair. So the question is in a way, what problem do we have? And we haven't had a problem, but that's actually hearing from our municipal directors. That's a good time to solve a potential problem. Because just because we're doing it well, but when I was thinking about this, we actually have used notice of motions quite well, but in 3 cases, and I think one of them is a bit problematic. The directors have either brought it up at the beginning of an agenda. So when we're talking about the agenda, director will say, can I add a notice of motion on the agenda? It gets added. And then when it comes up, the director just says, yep, I did my notice of motion. The second way is, in between items, something has happened, a vote's just been done, and then the director says, Chair, gets the attention. I have a notice of motion that just, maybe it came up because of the discussion. That's also a good way. The way I think is problematic is we've also had notice of motions made when a motion's on the table. And I don't think that's actually really good practice. It's not been out of order, but a motion's on the table and then there's discussion and then director will say, I make a notice of motion, and then on we go and vote. That's not very clean. It doesn't necessarily mean it's out of order. What I can imagine, and this is maybe turning this into a question, I'm okay either with option 1 or 2, option 3 not. I think I can see the value in a policy. I guess the question is, would there be any language in the procedure bylaw mentioning notice of motion? Because I could imagine a third option, which would be a little bit of language in the procedure bylaw that mentions them, that says, in the procedure saying notices of motion can be are done here and here, like one of these subsections, but really general, not restricting at all. And the policy would then be more like guidance to say, here's proper practice, here's the way to word it, here's the way to make it good for staff, here's the way to make it good and clear, here's the way to not restrict yourself unnecessarily by putting specific numbers that now the corporate officer says, nope, can't go outside that range, you said it. So how do you think through these things and make sure that they're clear and achieving the goal? So I think that maybe that's the question, is that if we passed option 1, would that, if there were relevant changes for the bylaw, would that come forward when this comes back?
Through the chair to the corporate officer.
Thank you, Chair. Director Fall has answered his question. Yeah, that is exactly what would happen. Before spending staff time to go a certain direction, we wanted to understand what was desired by this assembly. And once we do, we will examine policies from other organizations and complementary procedure bylaw wording. And then we will propose it, and you will have the option of saying yes, no, this change or not that change. But yes, so the procedure bylaw would reference some form of notice of motion, but the policy would specify this. The benefit of a policy is it can really go into details and provide clarity and information on procedure, which is not really what a bylaw typically has in it. So
Director Brander.
I think we're at the point I'd like to make the motion that the board direct staff to develop a notice of motion policy and present it at a future board meeting.
And second. Director Elliott. Any discussion on this? I'm actually going to jump in on this one. I'm going to take off my chair's hat, put on my director's hat. I'm actually not in support of crafting a notice of motion policy. And the reason for it is when reading other regional district and municipal council procedure bylaws, it's left very open because it's a method for an elected official to get something on the agenda. And it's really challenging when someone is newly elected to try and navigate the procedure bylaw and all the policies. And quite often someone's new and they're passionate and they want to get something on the agenda. And if the policies are onerously restrictive, it can be seen as kind of a barrier, and that can create some challenges between the elected official and the rest of the assembly. And I think it would be a better way to go forward where the member has guidance. And when I read through the Sunshine Coast Regional District's procedure bylaw, it was interesting because they said a notice of motion can be given during a meeting, but it has to be in writing to the corporate officer, and then it would be placed on the next regular board meeting, as in it would be on the subsequent meeting. And the alternative is you can put a notice of motion no later than 7 working days prior to the scheduled meeting. And it's left relatively open-ended because someone might have, like I said, a real burning question. And if someone does say, hey, I want to amend the rates to go to $100 to $150, and then they want to go beyond it, I think that then becomes the responsibility of the assembly to say, hey, you know, that maybe that $175 or $200 does make sense. We can discuss it, but now we're actually going to postpone this to the next meeting to make sure that everyone has enough information, unless it's something real critical, like, you know, you're running out of money. The other interesting thing that they do down on the lower coast is the chair. So if someone in the middle of a meeting says, you know, I'm putting forward a motion, I think it's 19.6. You know, the chair may rule that a notice of motion will be dealt with as provided in section 19.7, which is the one referenced. The chair can also refer the motion to a committee. So someone at the board might say, hey, I want to, you know, change the funding of our cost recovery for the septic system. And the chair down there might go, you know what, this doesn't make sense for it to be at the board. It should go to finance committee. So the chair can rule, it goes to the finance committee. Now, keep in mind, the assembly can always challenge the ruling of the chair. So the chair might say, hey, this should actually go to finance committee, and an individual can say, I challenge the ruling of the chair. And it's up to the assembly. The assembly holds that control. And we saw just that at the UBCM, where the process and the procedure was related to the library, and the assembly said, you know what, we actually do want to deal with it, and they challenged the chair. It's not a negative against the chair, it's the process. So I'm not necessarily sure if crafting a policy and spending the resources on a policy is actually going to solve our problem. But I also want to remind everyone that at the municipality level, not just City of Provo, but all municipalities, their chair, their presiding member is elected by the public, which can put them into a difficult situation with the assembly. Whereas at the regional district, the chair is elected by the assembly. And that's where municipalities can find themselves in a very difficult situation where the mayor, as presiding member, may not be actually executing the will of the assembly. And there's very little that the council can actually do in relation to a chair ruling on these things. But whereas at the regional district, we elect our chairs by the assembly. So there is a difference there. And I want everyone to be aware of that, because I actually really prefer the regional district system over the municipal system. And that's one of the reasons why I won't run for council. So that's where I'm kind of sitting at this one. So at this time, I'm not in favor of creating a notice of motion policy, mainly because we've been doing quite well. And if a notice of motion does come up that doesn't fit well with things, I think it actually would tie in with item number 5, which is agenda approval, where a motion comes forward and the chair can actually have that preview of the agenda and look at it and go, hold on, I should talk to, I'm just gonna pick on you, Director Elliott, that this motion may not actually work with the assembly, and maybe it shouldn't actually be on this agenda, maybe it should be on the next agenda, or maybe there needs to be some wording change on it. And I'm just a little concerned that maybe a policy might not result in us having that relief valve that directors have when they want to put something on the agenda to get a problem that's been burning under their cap. It's just my thoughts, and I'm only one vote. Director Elliott.
I think you're talking about two different things. So the recommendation to have a policy doesn't impact the bylaw at all. The bylaw can be as the same or as open as you like it to be. The policy is basically a way to put down best practices and help guide people in how they do notices of motion. And so we could have one or not have one. The thoughts of the assembly that I've been listening to is it could be helpful to new people, any people, to have some best practices guidance around what to pay attention to when doing a notice of motion. As far as getting something on the agenda, we have the best corporate officer in the world. If you tell her what's burning, she'll help you figure out how to get it there. And so we're not having an issue in that regard from my point of view. I'm not speaking for everybody. The issue I was referring to about causing me heartburn was perhaps the ability to have something ruled out of order when it comes up on an agenda. And maybe that's different than putting it on the agenda. I think if something's out of order, it'd be nice if it didn't get on the agenda in the first place. And I don't know if the policy would help with that. I think it probably might. How do we make sure we're not throwing things up as notices of motion that are kind of out of order because they're not really furthering our business at all? I'm kind of in favor of a policy because I wouldn't mind having some best practices that help us guide us in that regard. Not having run into those issues here doesn't mean we won't in the future. Whether a chair could rule something off of the agenda or on the agenda might be a separate issue. I think it comes up in the next item. And I don't know that has anything to do with whether we have a policy or a bylaw change, right? So is notice of motion handled in the bylaw or the policy? The policy is more flexible, so that would be the place to go, because one is a law and one is something that we should follow, like a best practices. And so I'm in favor of the motion.
Oh, just to clarify, my understanding is that this policy would affect our bylaw, because the previous motion, item number 3, we passed a motion to insert the words, the submission must meet requirements established in this bylaw, regional district policy, or parliamentary authority. So if we craft a policy, a notice of motion, and a director wants to put their item on the agenda, but it doesn't conform to that policy, then under section 4.7, it won't be on the agenda. And that's where I think there would be a real challenge. And I agree that some some agenda submissions could be considered out of order, but I think that's the responsibility of the presiding member to rule something out of order, not our staff.
Mm-hmm.
Corporate officer?
I just want to clarify that policy has to be followed. And that anybody can ask for something to be out of order.
Thank you. Yes, I realize that. I actually did suggest that, and I didn't ask for a ruling, but anyway.
That's okay. Is there anyone else? Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks. Not again, trying not to go on too long, but I mean, I actually appreciate the discussion because, you know, we need to, you know, maintain our control over our agendas and our notices, and that's our responsibility. But I guess I've experienced it recently where I could have used a little bit more guidance on an upcoming notice of motion that we'll be talking about, I think tomorrow or whenever. And you know, having some parameters around that, I had to rely on staff pretty much to craft that for me. And so I guess I would have like, you know, each situation is different. So, you know, some are easier and some are harder. So I appreciate that kind of context around kind of us owning those notices and being a little bit more involved. And then, you know, yeah, so I just wanted to make that point that I think that exigent or urgent circumstances, we have ways to bring that before, you know, before us in those urgent times. But, you know, I can see both sides, but I need a little guidance occasionally, I guess is my comment. Thanks.
How would we like to proceed? We have a motion on the floor. I don't see any other discussion, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, on to item number 5. I'm not entirely sure how to deal with item number 5 in a public meeting, to be completely honest with the assembly. Dr. Elliott.
In the report, it talks about whether we should have chair approval of the agenda or whether it should be forwarded to the chair in advance for information only. And those seem to be the two things for deciding. I see benefits for both. Here at the hospital board, this is one of the areas where I think inclusion is important. And maybe different for the regional district than the hospital board. We have less meetings per year, so there's not that many of them. And if we're gonna have the agenda reflect the collaboration we're trying to do, the only real way to do that would be to collaborate on the agenda a little bit. And so this is an area that I think if we had a chair and a vice chair that were one from the regional district and one from Common, they could collaborate on approval of the agenda, which would set the tone for inclusion of things on the agenda that are, you know, vetted a little bit. And that may not work anywhere else, but I think here it would highlight and improve our process. And so this is kind of one of the areas that we might want to do things differently.
And I just want to clarify one thing. The chair and or vice chair don't actually approve the agenda ever.
I get it. I'm saying
by the assembly when we adopt the agenda. The question I believe that was put forward was the chair giving approval for the publication of the agenda.
Yes, I was speaking in that context. I understand the actual procedure. I'm just saying that I do see how trying to do that level of collaboration on every meeting that the regional district ever has could be a huge burden on staff. But I don't know that it would apply to the hospital board. And we have distinct different membership on our hospital board that could benefit from a better collaborative agenda approval. Agenda publication, what have you.
Director Brander.
Thanks, Chair. Of course, we'll never know from one year to the next whom the chair or the vice chair will be representing, whether they be from the municipality or from the Tla'amin Nation or from the electoral areas. I see the agenda as something being owned by the assembly. I don't like the idea of a chair or even a vice chair and a chair combo making decisions on what makes it onto the agenda. So I'm not in support of making changes from what we have right now.
Director Powell.
I concur with Director Brander. I think that the chair and the vice chair of the hospital district certainly can and maybe even should work with staff developing the agenda within the guidance of the policy. So we have all the discussion we just had about getting items submitted and so on, as can any other member who's interested. But the chair and the vice chair might be particularly interested, but others can add submissions according to the process that we have in place. But I think, when we think of the board in particular, we are a group of peers. We are all elected or appointed by our respective areas, and we elect the chair. The chair is one of our peers, not a, and the Local Government Act doesn't confer the same kind of level of authority as an elected mayor might have, where they've got a lot more presiding authority. The chair of our board and our hospital district board is just one of us that we've elevated. So I don't think providing either the chair or the vice chair with the power of final approval of the agenda serves the public interest. I think it's better to leave this one the way it is.
Anyone else? Director Southcott and Director McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question that I was kind of debating whether I'd even ask it or not, but I have seen where basically the workload on staff is an issue for me. And I know it comes up in discussion here fairly regularly, so I think we all, but getting an agenda ready. I know that we don't have as many meetings in the hospital district, but I'm not sure that it actually, and I've heard Director Elliott sort of implicitly ask the same question, whether this actually makes a difference to whether this is more or not more work for staff. But is it more work for staff, like to have to this changing this procedure so that there's perhaps back and forth with chair or vice chair, suggests to me would add complexity to the process, and my first reaction is not to support that. But is it? Does it?
I think we do provide advance copies to the chair for planning purposes. And if we receive feedback like, hey, why is this open? I think we should consider it closed. That's something we would consider. But with regards to waiting for approval before release, what happens if we don't get approval?
Yeah, no.
We produce 200 agendas a year, all from all different areas. What happens to the workflow if that occurs?
Well, maybe it's more of a seeking input, and if you don't get it, you move forward idea rather than a authorization type.
So to be clear, you're already providing advanced notice to the chair.
Not to me.
Hmm?
Not to me.
You don't receive agendas beforehand?
Not this one.
I think with regards to this one, it was due to
It's
staff
happened
illness.
multiple times. And if we want to move in camera to discuss it, we can. Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was sort of going there in my own way, is that again, back to this idea of what's the problem I'm trying to solve. When I look at this agenda item, maybe I could just ask, the corporate officer to refresh us all on what the current procedure or policy is about that notice when chairs, what is the minimum time that you even plan on maybe sending those agendas? Can I ask that question first?
We have attempted to try to get the agenda published before weekends now. The requirement is 48 hours before the agenda. With consideration of the amount of reading that members of the assembly have to do, we always try to get them out 5 days in advance. I have to apologize sincerely if that's occurred multiple times. we've had significant illness this week that's impacted, or last week, that's impacted staff. But the goal is to provide it in advance to chairs. The problem we have is that the agenda submission is Wednesday. It takes 12 hours to build an agenda. And so that takes us typically to the end of day Friday before it's submitted for approval. And then by the time I approve it, it would go to the chair. And then the goal is to publish on the Friday evening. Mm-hmm. Since I've been doing two roles since May, staff have been impacted by that, you know, getting authority.
Thank you. So, you know, I just want to appreciate that you've been doing a great job. I guess what I'm saying is, for me, it's not about control. And I appreciate the previous discussion around, we don't want to hamstring any of that workflow at all. So I would be the last one, and I'm busy. So, you know, I guess it's I'm in a juxtaposition where I don't want to impede the process at all, but I'm trying to get that information, as you said, as early as possible. And for me, I guess the problem I'm trying to solve, maybe not for others, is getting it a little earlier. But I understand all those factors. So I think it's a good reminder of like what that minimum is, you know, kind of like the Friday sort of is the best goal. So thank you.
Through the chair.
Thank you, through the chair. One of the ways you guys could amend that is to change the agenda submission deadline to an earlier date. I mean, that's one way. There's no choice but to spend 12 hours per agenda, essentially. Right. And we're publishing multiple agendas a week. So if there's a desire to have more lead time for the chairs to see that, then that would be the way we could address it.
Right. Thank you.
Director McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I actually see both sides on this issue. As a committee chair, I usually receive the agenda on either the Wednesday or the Thursday of the week prior to the meeting. And I usually send a reply saying thanks or something like that. So I'm not sure how much extra work it would be to have the chair approve, you know, the agenda when it wouldn't be any more work for staff other than keeping track, I guess, of responses, which now no one has to do. But actually, I don't see any reason to change what we're doing. On one hand, I think that the agendas are owned ultimately by the board anyway, because we approve the agenda for every meeting. And if we want to make a change in the agenda for that meeting, we have the authority to do that. So I like that authority remaining with the board, because we're the ones who are accountable to the public. Staff are accountable to us. So I see both sides. On one hand, I don't mind staff continuing to do what they're doing now. It seems to be working okay from my perspective at committee of the whole, certainly. And I understand the principle of those decisions being made by the people rather than the employees. So that's where I see both sides. And frankly, I don't mind just leaving things the way they are. Thanks.
I'm going to jump in on this one. Oh, and then Director Brander. I just want to point out that our previous board procedure bylaw up until 2019 had the clause, prior to each board meeting, the office of the corporate officer shall prepare an agenda setting out all the items for consideration at that meeting, and the chair shall review and approve the agenda prior to its publication. Our procedure bylaw used to have that as a clause. It hasn't for the last 6 years. So in the majority of the existence of the regional district, well, I presume it's been in there. And I agree with Director McCormick. The agenda is owned by the assembly. However, I'd also like to remind everyone that when the assembly is not in session, it is the responsibility of the chair to carry the will of the assembly beyond its meeting, and then to try and make sure everything is hunky-dory for when the next meeting happens. And we might run into some situations we have run into some situations where things might appear on a public agenda, and some directors may have wanted it to actually be an in-camera item, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. That can result in some very uncomfortable discussions, and unfortunately, they can often end up being directed at the corporate officer, sometimes even from members of the public. Our old policy said that it was up to the approval of the chair for its publication. So if a member of the public says, why is this on the agenda? And they get mad at our staff, the chair can say, hey, I was the one that gave that the green light before it went out the door. It is the responsibility of the assembly and the responsibility of the chair to ensure that these things are being looked after. And that our staff are doing a fantastic job. And it's a ton of work to go through all this and then conform with all the policies. So hats off to you. But there's some items that come up, and it's a needle that needs to be threaded. And it's kind of like, well, do you go this way or that way? 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And I think at the end of the day, some of those really difficult decisions, when they get controversial, I think it's the right place is for it to lay on the shoulders of the chair. Because if it goes sideways for whatever reason, maybe it got put onto the wrong agenda, or maybe something got missed, and a director maybe is going, hey, you know, that wasn't my intention, or where's the other part of that report or something. And this is something I've heard from discussions with some other presiding members, is they review it to go, yep, this actually makes sense. This is kind of what we're asking. Or they go, you know, maybe this doesn't actually make sense. And then the chair works with the corporate officer. And I would also say, I would be happy to have a clause in here that says, if the chair is going to make any changes, they have to inform the entire assembly. So say a director puts an item on the assembly or on the agenda and says, this is what I want. And the chair goes, whoa, this is like inappropriate. And the chair says, I'm going to remove it. Otherwise I won't approve it. The chair should also should inform the entire assembly to say, hey, this motion was put on the agenda. I have since taken it off, because the assembly, when it meets, still has the right to challenge the ruling of the chair, because the most important entity in this room is the assembly. It's not actually the chair, it's the assembly itself. And I think that's where I have a bit of challenge with this, is it's done in other organizations. It used to be done in ours. I can see it as actually solving some problems, because then when the agenda is published and someone contacts the chair, whether it's the chair of the finance or committee of the whole or board, and a member of the public says, hey, what's going on the agenda? The chair has already read everything. A director says, what is item 3 about? The chair has already read it. That can save, I think, some time from directors reaching out to our staff to say, hey, what's item 3 all about? That's my thoughts on it. Director Elliott.
I know I'm second to speak, but it has occurred to me as we've all been talking that what we're really looking at is rarely used checks and balances that are possible. So I think the amount of times that the chair would need to yank something from the agenda would probably be never. But the ability to do so can also really help when it's needed, right? And so we're not looking for, I think we need a process that doesn't require the chair to approve, but requires the chair to have an opportunity to look at the agenda and yank something or move it to enclose or whatever, if they feel that's best. And so I don't know how we get that window. The corporate officer has suggested we maybe move the deadline up a bit, maybe till Tuesday, giving that extra time. I don't think Monday's a good day because there's too many of them that are stats, but Tuesday might be the way to do that, to fit that in seamlessly and have everybody. And I think the checks and balances that may help us are a good thing, even if they are rarely used. Government's job is to put in checks and balances. So it isn't one or the other. It's a collaborative attempt to make sure that we're doing everything we can. So anyway, I think that maybe what we're looking at is bumping the deadline for things to the Tuesday and providing the opportunity for the chair to see and perhaps provide input to changes to the agenda before it gets published. I think that's the flexible best of both worlds.
I'm gonna propose a suggestion. I want the assembly to let me know what they think. If we're gonna have another board meeting in the next week or so, perhaps this is an item that we should refer to that meeting.
Yeah, it is getting late here.
Yeah. So we have a motion to postpone. Is that okay with this item, or is it still tied in with the original?
Sorry, what's that?
To postpone this particular item, number 5, until our next meeting, which is a week or two from now.
Can we actually just postpone the rest of it and get into the rest of our meetings so that we're not here till, it's already nearly 6, Chair.
Yeah, we can do that.
Well, just so I can provide some clarity, item 10 and 11 and 12 don't require any consideration by this assembly.
We just have an in-camera.
You can postpone anything if that's the desire. To adjourn you wouldn't postpone, you would just adjourn, and then all these items and then you could reconvene to consider the items. But then if you did that, you wouldn't be able to call a special meeting and consider that. You would have to consider this and that would include anything in camera. So the other item you could do is refer the rest of the items to the special meeting.
Yeah.
But it's up to the assembly what they would like to do.
What would the assembly like to do? We can refer the rest of these items to our special meeting, which should be coming up in the next week or two. The thought, Director McCormick.
Yeah, I'll second the motion to refer to the next meeting.
And seconder, Director Elliott. Okay, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. Okay, we can put that one. Let me get back to the original agenda. My apologies to the assembly. The procedure bylaw is something that takes a bit of time. Okay, so we have finished 9.3. It's been referred. Number 10 is bylaws. There are no bylaws. There is no new business. Question period. Is Mr. Galinsky there? Not seeing him. Any other questions any questions from any members of the public online? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to number 13, in-camera session, 13.1. Keep in mind there is the addition of 91C, labor relations or other employee relations. Moved by Director Elliott, seconded by Director Southcott.
We need to read it out?
Nope, you don't.
Okay, we don't need to read it out.
We do read it out typically, but you don't actually require it. You're not actually required to.
Have I been a windbag this entire time? Okay, so it's moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried. We're moving in camera.
Let's give it some time.
close to the screen.
Here's the life on the ski island.
Or the
Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome back. We are finished our in-camera session, which means we are back to the open session. And we have nothing to rise and report from in-camera, and therefore we are adjourned. Thank you for your time today.
Night, everyone.
Night. See you tomorrow.
I'm
Recording
tomorrow.
stopped.